Okay, so in the last class, we were discussing regarding the poverty alleviation and the employment generation schemes, right? And we have discussed a lot of schemes like Maganrega, then Pradhan Mantri Shahari Rozgar Yojana, Swarna Jayanti Gram Rozgar Yojana, etc. So we have learned about Shahari Rozgar Yojana and Ustad Manas. I hope you remember all of that. That is the Maulana Azad National Academy for Skills. So I think we completed with that, right? We completed with Manas, right? Okay. So those were the poverty alleviation and employment generation schemes. Okay. Some of them were poverty alleviation schemes and some other were employment generation schemes. Some of them had both in mind. That is poverty alleviation as well as employment generation. So now we'll be looking at certain programs related to social protection. Okay. That gives you social protection or the social security benefit schemes. Okay. So you may note it down. These are the social protection programs. The social protection programs. And the first program is Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana. Social protection programs. The first one is Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana. Okay. So this scheme extends life and disability. This scheme extends life and disability cover. This scheme extends life and disability cover to people between the ages of 18 and 59 years. 18 and 59 years, comma, living below and marginally above, the poverty line, living below and marginally above the poverty line in 47 vocational or occupational 47 vocational or occupational groups, comma, including rural landless households. So, okay, so this scheme is basically a scheme which gives the importance to the disabled people, or it gives a cover or a protection. These are social protection programs. Okay, so these are the programs which provide security benefits to people who are socially backward, and that can be in terms whether they have disability, they are differently abled, or they are disabled in certain areas, and or that can be to people who are weak in the sense who are economically weak. For those people who are below the poverty line or just above the poverty line or marginally above the poverty line. Okay. So whenever we analyze these social protection schemes, we have to understand that these schemes, unlike the employment generation or poverty alleviation schemes, these schemes are much more of a protective nature. If what we have to analyze in this sense is that there is something known as insurance, right? Insurance is taken as a protection. In case something happens, we have someone to insure us. Okay. So that is the case. When it comes to the social protection programs, it's more of an insurance type protection, or it's more of an economic protection. You are given a shield of protection, whereby if something happens to you, if you are economically weak, if you are disabled, what can be the best protection that can be preferred to you or that can be provided to you? That is what is analyzed under the social protection programs. Okay. So you may write it down. This scheme is also available to Rashtriya Swasthya, SWASTHYA, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. Beneficiaries satisfying eligible conditions. Beneficiaries satisfying eligible conditions. So I've already told you that these protection programs bring in the concept of insurance, okay, which you can understand in the next line. The scheme, that is the AABY, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana, or AABY, write it in short form, AABY, provides insurance. AABY provides insurance cover for a sum of rupees 30,000. Insurance cover for a sum of rupees 30,000 on natural death. Rupees 30,000 on natural death, comma, rupees 75,000. Rupees 75,000 on death due to accident. Rupees 75,000 on death due to accident or accident deaths. Rupees 37,500. Rupees 37,500 on partial permanent disability. Rupees 37,500 due to partial permanent disabilities for people who meet accidents. For people who meet accidents, permanent disabilities. Partial permanent disabilities, which occurs due to accident or for those people who meet accident, and rupees 75,000 and rupees 75,000 on death or total permanent disability, on death or total permanent disability due to accident. Due to accident. This scheme, or it also provides, you can either write the scheme or it also provides an add-on benefit. The scheme, or it provides an add-on benefit of scholarship. An add-on benefit of scholarship of rupees 100 per month. Of rupees 100 per month per child. 100 per month per child to a maximum of 2 children. Per child to a maximum of 2 children. The total annual premium. The total annual premium is rupees 200. The total annual premium is rupees 200 per beneficiary. Is rupees 200 per beneficiary, of which 50% comes from Social Security Fund. 50% comes from Social Security Fund of the central government. Social Security Fund of the central government, and the remaining 50% is contributed by the state government. Remaining 50% is contributed by the state government or by a nodal agency or by a beneficiary. state government, nodal agency, or a beneficiary. So in these social protection programs, as I've told you, what you have written down is the same as that. You have written down certain types of money, right? 35,000, 37,500, 75,000. So all these are insurance covers, okay? For people who meet death, for people who are who die due to accidents, or people who face certain disabilities due to accidents. ആക്സിഡന്റ് ഉണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ചില ഡിസബിലിറ്റീസ് കൊണ്ട്, പാരാലിസിസ് പോലുള്ള കാരണങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ പെർമനന്റ് ആയിട്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഡിസബിലിറ്റി ഒരു ആക്സിഡന്റ് കൊണ്ട് വരുന്നത്. For these reasons, there are social security programs, okay, for people who can't afford hospital charges, for people who can't afford to go to rich hospitals to take care of themselves after an accident. So for these people who are below the poverty line or just above the poverty line, who are marginally above the poverty line, these social security programs or this social security benefits are given to people, okay? And it's funded both by the central government as well as the state governments, okay? So that's the first scheme, Aam Aadmi Bima Yojana. The second scheme is which we have already written down, that is the Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, RSBY. We have already mentioned that in the first scheme itself. Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. Rashtriya spelling is RASHTRIA, okay? IYA. Rashtriya Swasthya 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 Bima Yojana. This scheme or RSBY, RSBY adds social security, adds social security and healthcare insurance, adds social security and healthcare insurance and assurance, that is healthcare insurance as well as assurance, for all and there have been various steps, to implement this scheme. This act recommends that this act or the scheme recommends that the central government provides social security schemes. The central government provides social security schemes to mitigate risks due to disability, health shocks, maternity, health shock, maternity and old age, which all unorganized workers get exposed to, or are likely to suffer from, In India, more than two-thirds of expenditure on health is through out of pockets You can highlight that, okay? Out of pocket. Out of pocket, which is the most inefficient, which is the most inefficient and least accountable, which is the most inefficient and least accountable way of spending on health, which is the most inefficient and least accountable way of spending on health. Healthന് വേണ്ടി സ്പെൻഡ് ചെയ്യാവുന്ന ഏറ്റവും ഇൻഎഫിഷ്യന്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു വേ ആണ് ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് പോക്കറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. വാട്ട് ഡു യു മീൻ ബൈ ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് പോക്കറ്റ്? ഔട്ട് ഓഫ് പോക്കറ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? Yeah, that's the general meaning of that. You don't have an insurance or some backing for that. You don't have a financial backing for that. Whatever you have in hand, you're giving it to the hospital, okay, for your care. So what will be the final result? You don't have any financial backing. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു ഇൻഷുറൻസ് ഇല്ല, നിങ്ങളെ പ്രൊട്ടക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ ഒരു സ്കീം ഇല്ല. സോ ഓട്ടോമാറ്റിക്കലി ഫൈനലി who are the people who are most exposed to this, to these type of health shocks? Unorganized workers. Organized sector workers, they also can have accidents and all those things, but mostly these people or the unorganized sector people, they are most likely to suffer from these health shocks, okay? Avarkku ipo endengilum oru disease undayal oru disability undayi, so they don't have a financial backing, they might not have an insurance claim. So finally what comes to the hand is, when they go to the hospital, all that they give is the money they have in hand. അവരുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ള പൈസ എന്താണോ അത് കൊടുക്കുന്നു. So there is no, they don't have a financial backing. If some other surgery or some other kind of medical process is required to continue them to bring back to a stage of normal life, it cannot happen due to the fact that they don't have enough money to cover for their accident or for the shock that has happened to them, okay? അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ ബാക്കിംഗ് ഇല്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ്, ആൻഡ് എസ്പെഷ്യലി ടു ദോസ് പീപ്പിൾ ഹു ആർ ദ വൾണറബിൾ സെക്ഷൻ, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദി അൺഓർഗനൈസ്ഡ് സെക്ടർ, okay? So you may write it down. Supply side financing on health. Supply side financing on health alone. Supply side financing on health alone has not been found to be successful, in reducing OOP, that is out of pocket, OOP expenditure on OOP expenditure on health, OOP expenditure on health substantially, OOP expenditure on health substantially, and therefore to test the demand side financing approach. Supply side work ആവാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് to test the demand side financing approach, Government of India decided to introduce this scheme, that is RSBY. That is a health insurance scheme. Health insurance scheme for the BPL families. Health insurance scheme for the BPL families with the objective to reduce OOP expenditure, that is out of pocket expenditure, with an objective to reduce OOP expenditure on health, and to increase access to healthcare, So RSBI was launched, that is the scheme was launched in 2008. Okay, you may write it down somewhere. It was launched in 2008. Just highlight that 2008. Okay. And which all types of people did RSBI focus? Which all categories of people did RSBY focus? You may write it down as a question. Which all sectors of people, or which all types of people, or which all categories of people did this scheme focus? Which all categories of people or types of people did this scheme focus? Building and other construction workers. First, building and other construction workers. Licensed railway porters and other construction workers. Building and construction workers, railway licensed porters, railway porters who are licensed, street vendors, domestic workers, Magandega workers, MGN, NREGA, Magandega workers who have worked for REGA, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. Magandega workers who have worked for more than 15 days, during the preceding financial year. Who have worked for more than 15 days, 15 days during the preceding financial year. Sanitation workers, mine workers, rickshaw pullers, sanitation workers, mine workers, rickshaw pullers, rack pickers, rack pickers, rack pickers, and auto or taxi drivers. So from the type of people or from the category of people this scheme has focused on itself, we will be able to understand that the scheme has focused on the unorganized sector, right? This is a highly unorganized sector. All the categories which you have told, including street vendors, sanitation workers, etc., etc. For that reason, all of them come under this unorganized workers, and they are more exploited, or they have an increased risk, okay, of health issues, as well as they have an increased risk of other aspects also. And these people don't have a regular salary, or even if they have a regular salary like licensed spotters, etc., that salary might be very low. So in case if a financial emergency occurs due to a hospital case, due to an accident, or maybe the disability occurring to them, if such a kind of a thing happens to them, they will be finding it very difficult to have a financial backing. Okay, they will not have an insurance, and for that reason this scheme was introduced. That is the Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana. And when was it launched? 2008. Okay, so that is regarding this scheme. So now you may write down the three new schemes, the three new security schemes, or the social security schemes. Three new social security schemes which started in May 15. That is 2015. Okay, three new social security schemes which started in May 2015. On 9th May 2015, three schemes were launched by the Prime Minister or by the PM. On 9th May 2015, three schemes were launched by the PM. That is a Pradhan Mantri. First scheme is Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Pradhan Mantri or PM Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. PM Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Second scheme is Pradhan Mantri or PM Suraksha Bima Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana, and the third scheme is Atal Pension Yojana, ATAL. Atal Pension Yojana. So we'll write down a few points regarding each of these schemes, okay? And these schemes were asked for the prelims examination also during that period. So you may write down the first scheme. That is a Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Now, as you know the full form of it, you may write down the short form, okay? Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. Okay, a massive 80%. A massive 80%. A massive 80% of the country's population. A massive 80% of the country's population is still outside. Is still outside. Is still outside the insurance coverage. Is still outside the insurance coverage while the government estimated that merely 11%, while the government estimated that merely 11% of the working population, merely 11% of the working population are under pension net, are under pension net. Okay, so I'll tell you regarding that. So we are right now studying regarding the social security schemes. Okay, so you may write it down. These are the social security schemes. So these are the social security schemes, and we were discussing about the recent schemes, okay, that were launched, and that too in 2015. Okay, so you just note down the key points. It was launched in 2015. It was launched in 2015, and three schemes were introduced. The first one is Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti. Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. And you just state features. Okay, that scheme's features. Okay, so all of you now may write it down. The features of the scheme are the payment of the premium. The payment of the premium will be deducted from the bank account. Will be deducted from the bank account of the individual. Premium will be deducted from the bank account of the individual in a single installment. In a single installment. And so it is important to maintain minimum balance. And so it is important to maintain minimum balance. Single installment, and so it is important to maintain a minimum balance. And so it is important to maintain a minimum balance. Risk coverage, second point, second feature, risk coverage of rupees 2 lakh. Risk coverage of rupees 2 lakh in case of death for any reason. Risk coverage of rupees 2 lakh in case of death for any reason. The scheme, next point, okay, next feature. The scheme will be offered by LIC. The scheme will be offered by LIC and all other LIC and all other life insurers and all other life insurers who are willing to join the scheme. And all other life insurers who are willing to join the scheme. Age of the applicant, you just write age 18 to 50 years. 18 തൊട്ട് 50 വയസ്സ് വരെ, 18 to 50 years. Age. Next point is member of the scheme. A member of the scheme should pay rupees 330 annually. A member of the scheme should pay rupees 330 annually. A member of the scheme should pay rupees 330 or 330 annually. And the scheme started on June 1, 2015. The scheme started on June 1st, 2015. It was launched on 9th May. 3 schemes were launched on 9th May. But the scheme came into effect on June 1st, 2015. Okay. So that is regarding the first scheme. The second scheme which you may note down is the Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana or PMSBY. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. Suraksha Bima Yojana. BIMA. Okay. Bima Yojana. This accident insurance scheme. This accident insurance scheme. Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. From the word itself, or from that statement from that scheme itself, you'll understand for what it is meant. It's an accident insurance scheme which provides a cover of. It's an accident insurance scheme which provides a cover of rupees 2 lakh. Rupees 2 lakh to the family. Rupees 2 lakh to the family of the insurance holder. Rupees 2 lakh to the family of the insurance holder in case of an accident. In case of an accident. Age limits is 18 to 70 years. Okay. In the last scheme which we discussed, it was 18 to 50. Here it is 18 to 70. All bank account holders. Next point. Okay. All bank account holders are eligible for the scheme. All bank account holders are eligible for the scheme, or write it down as are eligible. It is to be renewed annually. It is to be renewed annually. And there is an auto deduction. There is an auto deduction. There is an auto deduction from the bank account of the insurer. Auto deduction from the bank account of the insurer. 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 So I've already told you what are the benefits, or to which section, to which section or which category of people these schemes mostly focus on. That is the unorganized sector. Okay. And that includes, we have already told, a lot of people or a lot of people are doing a variety of jobs, like so they are street vendors. Some of them might be sanitation workers, then domestic workers, etc., etc. Maganrega workers. We have also told about rickshaw pullers, etc., etc. Okay, so these are the categories of people, or these are the categories of people coming under the unorganized sector, and that was one scheme which we studied. But later we have analyzed three schemes. We have not analyzed the third scheme. We have now analyzed two schemes which were launched in 2015. Okay, launched on 9th May 2015. And the first scheme, that is the Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, it came into effect. Okay, or it was passed into effect on June 1st. Okay, June 1st of 2015. And mostly the one thing, social security schemes or the social benefit schemes, these schemes focus on accident insurance, focus on people who are disabled, etc. Okay, unlike the poverty alleviation and the employment generation schemes which you have studied, like the Maganrega, Shahari Roshkar Yojana, Swarna Jayanti Gram Roshkar Yojana, etc. These schemes, the poverty alleviation, unlike the poverty alleviation and employment generation schemes, are mostly focused on what? Are mostly focused on what? Insurance, accident insurance, and giving insurance to people who are disabled, who are disabled, who get disabled due to some kind of accidents, etc. Okay, so these are basically schemes which provide security or a financial backing or a financial security to all those people in the unorganized sector. Unorganized sector എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ, how do we divide that? Those people who fall below the poverty line and marginally above the poverty line. Okay, marginally above the poverty line എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, it doesn't mean they are highly APL or above poverty line category in nature. They might have money, but comparatively, നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ആണ്, they might be relatively poor. That is what we understood when we analyzed relative poverty, right? What was relative poverty? Is that relative poverty? I mean, whenever we take into concept the word relative or comparative, etc., in relation to one person, I am poor in comparison to Ambani. Okay, നിങ്ങളെക്കാളും പൈസ കൂടിയ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇൻകം കൂടിയ ഒരാളുമായിട്ട് റിലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ, കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ, യു ആർ റിലേറ്റീവ്ലി പുവർ. Okay, if you are comparing to someone who has more income than you, then you are relatively poor than him, right? You don't have that much level of income. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് 5000 രൂപ കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ 50000 രൂപയുള്ള ഒരാളുമായിട്ട് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ you are relatively poor. And what was that difference between absolute poverty? What was relative poverty's difference from absolute poverty? Absolute poverty is a situation when you are really poor, like you are below the poverty line, you don't have a definite source of income. നിങ്ങൾ absolutely poor ആണ്, അത് വേറൊരാളും വെച്ച് കമ്പയർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴല്ല, you are not able to meet the basic necessities of life, like shelter, housing, clothing, and all those things. Okay, so ആ ഒരു situation ആണ് absolute poverty. And relative poverty is a situation in which you might be well off in the sense, okay, you have an okay level of income or a good level of income, but in comparison to another person who is richer than you, okay, you might feel you are a bit lower in income or you are poor. Okay, that is the case. So we have discussed, we are right now discussing the social security schemes which provide security or social security, that financial coverage, that financial backing. You use these terms, okay? Financial backing, financial security. You write it down somewhere in your notebook and highlight those words, okay? Financial backing or financial security. These type of words, you can use it when you write about the social security schemes. Accident insurance. Highlight these words: accident insurance, helping people with disabilities, financial backing, financial security. Okay, so these are the terms which you have to be very concerned about or very much understand. You must understand these terms under these schemes. Okay, and the third program which was launched in 2015, we have analyzed two programs. The third program is the Atal Pension Yojana, ATAL, Atal Pension Yojana. Again, category, you just write category of people, unorganized sector. Category of people, unorganized sector. So unorganized sector ആയിട്ടുള്ളവർക്ക് ഈ ഒരു സ്കീമിന്റെ വേർഡിങ്സ് വെച്ച് you please tell me. Atal Pension Yojana. Okay. And this is for the people who are from the unorganized sector. What will they don't have? അവർക്ക് എന്തൊരു സാധനം കാണില്ല? Pension. They will not have a formal pension. So that can be written as a point. They don't have a formal pension. അവർക്കൊരു ഫോർമൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പെൻഷൻ ഇല്ല, ഒരു സെറ്റ് ലെവൽ ഓഫ് ഇൻകം ആഫ്റ്റർ ദ റിട്ടയർമെന്റ് ഇല്ല. They don't have a formal pension. So a subscriber of this scheme, a subscriber of this scheme, a subscriber of this scheme will receive, a subscriber of this scheme will receive a fixed pension. A subscriber of this scheme will receive fixed pension amount of rupees 1,000 per month, fixed pension amount of rupees 1,000 per month, comma 2,000 per month, comma 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, and 5,000 as the age progresses on. 5,000 വരെ maximum കിട്ടും. As the age progresses on, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ as the age moves. The exact monthly amount, the exact monthly amount to be received by the subscriber, the exact monthly amount to be received by the subscriber will depend on their contribution and age. Will depend on their contribution and age. The government will contribute. The government will contribute 50%. The government will contribute 50% of the contribution made by the subscriber. The government will contribute 50% of the contribution made by the subscriber, or rupees 1,000, whichever is lower, or rupees 1,000, whichever is lower, or rupees 1,000, whichever is lower. The 50% contribution, the 50% contribution by the government, the 50% contribution by the government will be for a 5-year period. Will be for a 5-year period. Will be for a 5-year period. Age is 18 to 40. 18 to 40. What was the age category in SBY, that is Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana? 18 to 70, and the previous one 18 to 50. Okay. So these are the 3 schemes, okay, which was launched in 2015 May. It came into effect in different days, but it was launched on 9th May by the Prime Minister of India. And these 3 schemes, okay, these 3 schemes were focused on providing social security benefits, okay, were focused on providing social security benefits, or were adamant on creating insurance or giving insurance, health insurance, as well as accident claims, accident insurances to people who are basically in the unorganized sector, that is people who are below the poverty line or marginally above the poverty line. Okay, so that is regarding these 3 schemes. The next scheme is a very important scheme, okay, that is the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. So it was launched on. Have you written the scheme? What all points have you written under that? Someone please read what all points you have written under that. Okay, this there are different set of points also. So you write it as a continuation of that scheme. Continuation in the sense, in another page itself, you just write continuation of that Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. Okay, so when was it launched? When was the scheme launched? It was launched in 2014. Okay. It was launched in launched on August 28, 2014. Launched on August 28, 2014. So this scheme aimed for financial inclusion. The scheme aimed for financial inclusion to ensure access to financial services. To ensure access to financial services. The next point you have to note it down. RBI has clarified that those persons who do not have any of the official valid documents can open small accounts with bank. Small accounts can open small accounts in banks. And a small account can be opened. A small account can be opened on the basis of a self-attested photograph. A small account can be opened on the basis of a self-attested photograph and putting his or her signature. Or thumbprint in the presence of the officials of that bank. Self-attested photograph, putting his or her signatures, thumbprint or a thumbprint in the presence of the officials of that bank. And please tell me whether you have written these special benefits under the scheme. Someone please check your notebook and please tell me whether you have written the special benefits under the scheme. Have you noted down something regarding the special benefits of the scheme? You haven't written down? Okay. Interest. What's it? Where there are some other also. So you can write it down. Interest on deposit. Access to pension. Interest on deposit. Access to pension, comma, insurance products. Access to pension, comma, insurance products. Any individual, that's the next point, okay? Any individual above the age of 10, any individual above the age of 10 can open the account. Any individual above the age of 10 can open the account. Accidental insurance cover. Accidental insurance cover of rupees 1 lakh. Accidental insurance cover of rupees 1 lakh. Over, what's it? I mean, which was the last point which I told you? Did you get the point? Overdraft facility. Overdraft facility up to rupees 5,000. That's one point. Accidental cover of rupees 1 lakh. And the next point is overdraft facility. Overdraft facility up to rupees 5,000 is available. Overdraft facility of rupees 5,000 is available in only one account. Is available in only one account per household. It's only available in one account per household, preferably to a lady of the household. Preferably to a lady of the household. The target of opening one account per household. The target of opening one account per household. One account per household was achieved by 26 January 2015. Was achieved by 26 January 2015. Barring, that is BARRING, barring few areas in J and K, Jammu and Kashmir. Barring few areas in Jammu and Kashmir and left-wing extremism affected districts. And left-wing extremism affected districts. Left-wing extremism affected districts. At present, I don't know whether you've written this point, but this is a very important point, okay? At present, there are more than 17.517, okay? At present, there are more than 17.5 crore bank accounts. 17.5 crore bank accounts that have been opened. 17.5 crore bank accounts that have been opened under this scheme. Okay, so you just go through the schemes which you have studied till now. That's the social security schemes as well as the continuation of the Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. You just go through that and we have few more schemes to be completed. Okay, so you may write down the next scheme. You may note down the next scheme. That is the Indira Awas Yojana. Indira Awas Yojana. So now you write it down in points, okay? So it'll be easy for you and it will be easy for you to note down also. This was launched in 1985. Don't write it as a whole sentence. Just write launch date 1985 or launch year. As a part of the rural landless employment guarantee program. Rural landless employment guarantee program. Rural landless employment guarantee program became an independent scheme since 1996 or from 1996. Okay, became an independent scheme from 1996. It was one of the six components of Bharat Nirman Yojana. Bharat Nirman Yojana. It was one of the 6 schemes of Bharat Nirman Yojana. Okay. So this regarding the scheme, this is a very short scheme and not such an important scheme in the whole schemes which you have studied. So I've already told you, you must have a very good knowledge, understanding and depth of knowledge regarding certain schemes like Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment, then regarding National Urban and Rural Livelihood Mission, NULM and NRLM, then that Shahari Rosgar and Swarna Jayati Gram Rosgar Yojana. The social security schemes, Atal Pension Yojana is a very important scheme, okay? Atal Pension Yojana is a very important scheme, and in the scheme of civil service examination also, a lot of questions have been asked regarding the social security schemes, and the questions come in such a pattern in which they'll be asking you, like I've told you that we have written down rural landless employment guarantee program, right? So what they will be asking you is, under which ministry or under which ministry of the government of India does this scheme come in? So we have written down different types of ministry for different schemes. Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Rural Development, Ministry of Home Affairs. So they'll give you certain options. Okay. And they'll give you certain options and they'll ask you under which ministry does this come? For the prelims examination, okay? For the mains examination, you have to give a detailed answer. But when it comes to the prelims examination, it will be a much more trickier question. So when you first see it, you might feel as if, okay, this is the Ministry of Rural Development. But later when you analyze the 4 options, out of the 4, there might be 2 statements which might be right. Okay. They might make one thing wrong. That is, if for reason the example goes in such a way that they are giving you the Indira Awas Yojana. Okay. The question is based on Indira Awas Yojana. And they are giving, instead of rural landless employment guarantee program, they're giving you urban landless. Okay. So now that is a wrong statement. It was rural landless, but the answer, one of the options is urban landless. So you must have a clear revisiting, or you must clearly revisit all these topics, or unless and until you revise these topics, you will not be able to comprehend or divide rural urban. Either Ministry of Rural Development or Ministry of Home Affairs, you'll have a confusion between options. Okay. So in the prelims examination, what you have to do is, more than ticking a correct option, if you are able to rule out the other 3 options, okay? If you are able to comprehend, if you are able to understand and analyze that this is the wrong option. So you are cutting down that option, right? Then you are 4 option. So it makes easier for you. It becomes easier for you. So if you have that clear knowledge regarding each and every statement, like the launch date, that's why I told you, always have a clear, you just bring a highlighter or something, or you just highlight it somewhere, underline or highlight, or put it in a box, the launch date, under which ministry does it come, under which scheme does it come, is this a independent scheme or a scheme which comes under some other scheme? So whenever you analyze these schemes or the recommendations which we studied under that Rangarajan committee and all, what you have to analyze is, if you, as I've already told you a lot of times, if you must be able to answer the WH questions, okay? What, where, when, how, and why. Enthini scheme introduced either, for what was the purpose of introducing the scheme? Has the scheme been beneficial? നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റിൽ പറഞ്ഞു, this has, that is Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana has created 17.5 crore bank accounts, okay, which means that that scheme has been beneficial. So what you have to understand is that you have to analyze these questions. When was it introduced? Under which ministry? Under which program? Why was it introduced? What was there a need for that scheme to be introduced? How good is the implementation? So if you are able to analyze the WH, so-called WH questions, then you have a good understanding of that scheme, okay? And this is what you write in the mains examination also. If one, for example, if Atal Pension Yojana, or for that reason Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana is asked, you have to start from the launch date till what have the special features of that scheme, okay? So if you know, if you study for the mains, you are getting things for the prelims also. That's the thing, you're not learning something for the prelims. Whatever you learn for the mains, that extensive learning, you put it into a short option type answering, and that is why you crack the prelims examination. So that is why I told you, you have a clear understanding. You ask yourself, what can be the different questions that can be asked from this, okay? If don't go into the deeper involvements of that, but you must be able to rule out certain options when it comes to the prelims examination, okay? 4 ഓപ്ഷൻ തരുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് രണ്ടെണ്ണമെങ്കിലും റൂൾ ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു ആർ ജസ്റ്റ് യു ആർ ജസ്റ്റ് ഗോയിങ് ഫോർ 2 ഓപ്ഷൻസ്. ഇതിൽ ഒന്നെങ്കിലും ഏതാണെന്ന് യു ആർ somehow able to answer. So you have got a 50% chance in getting that answer right. If you are, confused regarding 4 options, then it's so difficult for you. So adana parayna, you have a clear understanding these topics. You have a clear understanding regarding the launch dates, regarding the under which ministry does the scheme come. Is this an independent scheme? Analyze these questions, okay? So you now write the next scheme. Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. This is an important scheme, okay? Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. Gramin Awas Yojana. Rural housing. Rural housing. Rural housing program, comma. Rural housing program, comma. As an independent program. As an independent program. Started with Indira Awas Yojana. Started with Indira Awas Yojana in January 1996. So you are getting the launch date of that. Mark that. In January 1996. Although this scheme, or you can write IAY. Although IAY or although this scheme addressed the housing needs. Although this scheme addressed the housing needs in the rural areas. In the rural areas, certain gaps were identified. Certain gaps were identified during the concurrent evaluations. Certain gaps were identified during the concurrent evaluations. To address these gaps, in the rural housing program. In the rural housing program, and in view of government's commitment, to providing, housing for all. That's something which you have learned, right? Housing for all. by the scheme 22, by the scheme 22, the scheme has been restructured. You put a comma and write, okay? By the scheme 22, comma, IAY or the scheme has been restructured into Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Or that is what you call the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. So it was this Indira Awas Yojana itself. It turned into Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana or this Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. And that came into effect on 2016. Okay. That came into effect on 1st April 2016. This Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. So you write down a heading aim or objective. Aim or main objective and write down aim or main objective. A special feature and write down this scheme aims at providing a house with basic amenities to all houseless people. Basic amenities to all houseless people. House illathavarkku, veedu illathavarkku, to all houseless people. And to all those people who live in dilapidated homes. And to all those people who live in dilapidated or destroyed. Like മോശം, dilapidated or destroyed, മോശപ്പെട്ട അവസ്ഥയിലുള്ള വീട്. Okay. Dilapidated. DILAPIDA, dilapidated, DATED. Dilapidated house. Okay. So Pradhan Mantri Awas, this Gramin Awas Yojana, it came into effect with effect from 1st April 2016. So when did this scheme become, or this scheme, did this scheme, was the scheme restructured from some other scheme? Yes, right, from the Indira Awas Yojana. From the perspective of all the competitive examinations, this Indira Awas Yojana is not of much significance. Okay. But what you have to understand is, the question might be in such a way that but this scheme is important. That is Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. This scheme which you are writing right now is very important. So the question might be coming in such a way that from which scheme was Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana restructured? At that time, if you don't know that it is Indira Awas Yojana, that is where the problem comes into effect. Okay. So that is when you must know regarding the Indira Awas Yojana, you must know the basic things regarding that, but give more focus to this scheme which we are writing now. Okay. So that was the first aim. Second objective. The second objective, or it was the immediate objective. Okay. Immediate objective. Write down immediate objective and put a hyphen. To cover 1 crore households. To cover 1 crore households living in kacha house, or a dilapidated house or destroyed house, or a house in bad condition. You can write it any way. To cover 1 crore households living in dilapidated houses in 3 years. In 3 years. That is from 2016 to 2019. The cost of unit assistance. Next point, the cost of unit assistance. The cost of unit assistance is to be shared. The cost of unit assistance is to be shared between central between central and state government, between central and state government in the ratio, between central and state government in the ratio 60:40 in plain areas, in plain areas, PLAIN, okay, in plain areas, and 90:10, 90:10 for northeastern and Himalayan states. And one of the most important features of this scheme is that you don't have to write that, you just write selection of beneficiary. Most important feature, put a hyphen and write selection of beneficiary. Selection of beneficiary. Selection of beneficiary. That means to ensure that, which means to ensure that the assistance is targeted, to ensure that the assistance is targeted at those who are targeted at those who are genuinely deprived, and that the selection genuinely deprived, and that the selection is objective and verifiable, and that the selection is objective and verifiable. PMGAY or Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana, instead of selecting a beneficiary, that is this scheme, instead of selecting a beneficiary from among the BPL, households, selected beneficiaries using housing deprivation parameters. Housing deprivation parameters. In the socio-economic housing deprivation parameters. In the socio-economic and caste census. Socio-economic and caste census data of 2011. Socio-economic and caste census data of 2011, which is to be verified, by the Gram Sabhas. So we were talking about the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana. So when did this scheme come into effect? Came into effect on? Okay, I mean, it came into effect on 1st April 2016. Okay, it came into effect, it was from effect on 1st April 2016. And this scheme, basically, what was the immediate objective of this scheme? It was to provide homes, right? It was to provide houses or to all those people who were houseless. വീടില്ലാത്തവർക്ക് വീട് വെച്ച് കൊടുക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വളരെ മോശപ്പെട്ട കണ്ടീഷനുള്ള വീടുകൾ, that is to building homes or building houses to all those people who had dilapidated houses. Okay, and what was the measure or the condition that they took? They did not take the condition of that BPL category alone, or they did not choose people based on that BPL category, but it was on the parameter of what was the parameter used? House deprivation. വീടിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി എത്രത്തോളം മോശമാണോ അതനുസരിച്ചിട്ടാണ് വീട് വെച്ചു കൊടുത്തിരുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദ ബേസിക് കോൺസെപ്റ്റ് ഓഫ് ദാറ്റ്. വീടില്ലാത്തവർക്ക് ലാൻഡ്ലെസ്, അതായത് ഹോംലെസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളവർക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഹൗസ്ലെസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളവർക്ക്, ഹോംലെസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളവർക്ക് വീട് വെച്ചു കൊടുക്കുകയും ഹൗസിന്റെ കണ്ടീഷൻ, ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഇൻ എ ഡൈലാപ്പിഡേറ്റഡ് കണ്ടീഷൻസ് ഓർ ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഇൻ ഫോർ എ ഫാക്ട് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് എ ബാഡ് ഹൗസ് ഓർ ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് വാസ് ഇൻ എ ബാഡ് കണ്ടീഷൻ, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള വീടുകൾക്ക്, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള വീട്ടുകാർക്ക് പുതിയൊരു വീട് വെച്ചു കൊടുക്കുക വിത്ത് ബേസിക് അമ്യൂണിറ്റീസ്, ഓക്കെ, ഓർ ദ ബേസിക് അമ്യൂണിറ്റീസ് വിച്ച് വാസ് റിക്വയർഡ് or which were required. So from which scheme was it restructured? It was from the Indira Awas Yojana, okay. So that is where you have to learn from which scheme was it restructured. These are the questions you must be able to answer. From which scheme it was restructured, when did it come into effect, what was the launch date is different from the effect date, okay. Launch date എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ചിലപ്പം it might be the date in which the Pradhan Mantri or the Prime Minister has launched that program, okay. 1996 ലോഞ്ച് ചെയ്തു എന്ന് വെച്ച് 1996 എഫക്റ്റിൽ വന്നോളാം എന്നൊരു നിർബന്ധമില്ല. When did the constitution come into effect? When did the Indian constitution come into effect? Yeah, that was in 1950 and 26 January, right? But that constitution, there was a date before that in which the constitution was set, and that was 26 November 1949, right? So that is the difference between launch date and the with effect from date, okay. With effect from means that program is now active, or that program or that scheme is now active. Launch date means such and such a program has been initiated, it can happen soon, okay. So that is the difference between launch date and with effect from date. So even if you are getting confused between these dates, at least learn one date, okay. Try to learn that with effect from date, okay. ഏത് ഡേറ്റിലാണോ അല്ലെ ഇഫ് നോട്ട് ദ ഡേറ്റ്, ഏത് ഇയറിലാണോ ആ പ്രോഗ്രാം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ സ്കീം ഇഫക്റ്റിൽ വന്നത്, you must be able to understand that from which scheme was it taken, was it an independent scheme from the beginning, what is the major objective of the scheme, what is the major outcome of the scheme, okay. So that's the things which you have to write down. So you may now note down under that scheme itself, the program implementation, and monitoring, the program implementation and monitoring is to be carried out through an end-to-end e-governance model, to be carried out through an end-to-end e-governance model using Awas Soft and Awas app, okay. Awas Soft, SOFT, Awas Soft and Awas app. Awas Soft and Awas app. And what is Awas Soft? Awas Soft is a work. Awas Soft നിങ്ങൾ എഴുതിയത് എന്താണെന്നുള്ളതാണ്. What is the explanation of that? Awas Soft is a workflow enabled, put a hyphen, right, flow enabled, workflow enabled, web-based electronic service, workflow enabled, web-based electronic service, delivery platform through which all critical functions of this scheme, right from I told you an important feature of this scheme. What was that? I told you an important feature of this scheme, and I told you to write that down as the most important feature or important feature. Exactly, write down that. Right from the identification or selection of beneficiary to providing construction linked assistance, right from the selection or identification of a beneficiary to providing construction linked assistance. Construction linked assistance. Okay, so that is Awas Soft. Okay, and the other thing which we told was that Awas app. There is something known as Awas app, and it was a mobile application. It was a mobile application that is used to monitor. That is used to monitor real time evidence based progress, real time evidence based progress of house construction through date and time, stamped through date and time stamped, and geo-reference photographs of the house. That's what you call as the geotag photos. Geo-reference photos or the geotag photos of the house. So using this Awas Soft and Awas app, what kind of a monitoring is done? What kind of a monitoring is done? It is a kind of an electronic monitoring, okay? It's a kind of an electronic monitoring or an electronically done monitoring, but it also is being done through community participation, okay? So you may write it down. It is also being monitored. It is also being monitored through community participation. Community participation. In bracket, you write down social audit. In bracket, you note down or write down social audit, comma, member of parliament. You write down MP. And in bracket, you write down Disha committee, DISHA. Disha committee, comma, central and state government officials. Central and state government officials, comma, national level monitors, etc. Comma, national level monitors, etc. Okay. So this is regarding the Pradhan Mantri Gramin Awas Yojana or the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. Okay. So you read that scheme from the beginning. Just go through your notes, what you've written down. So whenever you're reading, whatever you feel important, you plus underline that. Okay. It can be the launch date, it can be the other dates or the most important feature, and underline or highlight those type of things when you read. So we'll move to the next scheme, okay? We'll move to the next scheme, that is the Rajiv Awas Yojana. And this would be the last scheme. Rajiv Awas Yojana. RHAIV, okay, it's not WEV, RHAIV, Awas Yojana. Rajiv Awas Yojana. So the scheme is to provide shelter. The scheme is to provide shelter, support for shelter and redevelopment. Support for shelter and redevelopment. Support for shelter and redevelopment. And creation of affordable housing stock and creation of affordable housing stock to states that are willing to assign property rights to slum dwellers. Willing to assign properties to slum dwellers. Slum dwellers. Assign property rights. RIGHTS. Assign property rights to slum dwellers. So write down the short form of the scheme. RAY is to be implemented. That is RAY. Rajiv Awas Yojana. RAY is to be implemented in 2 phases. RAY is to be implemented in 2 phases. Okay, first phase, write down the dates 2011 to 30. First phase 2011 to 30. First phase 2011 to 30. Second phase, that is 2013 to 17. Okay, 2011 to 13 is the first phase. 2013 to 17 is the second phase. The preparatory phase of RAY. The preparatory phase of RAY, that is Rajiv Awas Yojana, called the slum free city planning. The preparatory phase of RAY called the slum free city planning. Slum illathor city. Slum free city planning scheme. Slum free city planning scheme has been implemented. And the budgetary allocation of rupees 1270 and the budgetary allocation of rupees 1270 crores. 1270 crores has been made for the year 2011-12. Has been made for the year 2011-12. In order to address the credit enablement, in order to address the credit enablement of economically weaker sections, you write down EWS for that. Economically weaker sections and lower income groups. Economically weaker sections and lower income groups. The government has agreed. The government has agreed to establish. The government has agreed to establish a credit risk guarantee fund. Credit risk guarantee fund. Government has agreed to establish a credit risk guarantee fund. Highlight that, okay? Credit risk guarantee fund. You highlight that. The government has also approved The government has also approved the establishment of the government has also approved the establishment of a credit risk guarantee fund, a credit risk guarantee fund. The government has also approved the establishment of a credit risk guarantee fund trust, credit risk guarantee fund trust for low income housing, credit risk guarantee fund trust for low income housing, for low income housing to administer and oversee the operations, to administer and to oversee the operations of the scheme, to administer and to oversee the operations of the scheme. The fund will be, the fund will have, the fund will have an initial corpus. The fund will have an initial corpus, CORPUS, initial corpus of rupees 1,000 crores from the central government, rupees 1,000 crores from the central government, and rupees 200 crores central government and from the state government 200 crores. Okay, who draw on it, and 200 crores from the state governments who draw on it in the sense those people who are beneficiaries of that scheme. Central government 1,000 crores, state government 200 crores. Okay. So which was the scheme which we told right now? Rajiv Awas Yojana. It is also known as, in short form, we call it as RAY. Okay. So the scheme was basically implemented in two phases. Phase one, phase two. Phase one was from 2011 to 13, and the second phase was from 2013 to 17. So the difference is that first was a 2-year scheme. Okay, the first phase was a 2-year phase, while the second phase has increased from 2 to 4 years. That is from 2013 to 17. Okay. And the basic aim of this scheme, the basic aim of RAY or this Rajiv Awas Yojana is to create a slum-free city. And this scheme focuses on not the unorganized sector, like we told, not the street vendors, but on the slum dwellers. Okay. സ്ലമ്മിൽ താമസിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരെ സ്ലമ്മിൽ താമസിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെയാണ് ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ സ്ലം ഇല്ലാത്ത സിറ്റി, slum free ആയിട്ടുള്ള city planning, that has been the core of this scheme. Okay, that has been the core ideology of this scheme. Okay, that's it regarding Ray. So we'll take a short break till 12. Okay? And we'll then discuss the concepts of inequality. Okay. Okay, so നമ്മൾ രണ്ട്, അതായത് ഇൻ ദിസ് നമ്മളെ ചാപ്റ്റർ തുടങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞ മൂന്ന് ടോപ്പിക്സ് ആണുള്ളത്. വൺ വാസ് പോവർട്ടി, second one was unemployment, and the third one is inequality. So poverty has been a relatively smaller topic as compared to what unemployment has been. Unemployment നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് സ്കീംസ് പഠിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ പോവർട്ടി അലിവേഷൻ ആയാലും എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ജനറേഷൻ സ്കീംസ് ആയാലും സോഷ്യൽ സെക്യൂരിറ്റി സ്കീംസ് ആണെങ്കിലും അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള സ്കീംസ് ആണെങ്കിലും all these schemes come under this term called unemployment. So unemployment is a comparatively very important and a larger topic for all the competitive examination. നിങ്ങൾ ഏതൊരു കോമ്പറ്റേറ്റീവ് എക്സാമിനേഷൻ എഴുതാൻ പോകുമ്പോൾ അൺഎംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ്, പോവർട്ടി, ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി എന്നുള്ളത് മൂന്നും വളരെ ബേസിക് ആയിട്ട് ബട്ട് കോർ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. അതിൽ തന്നെ അൺഎംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ഇസ് കമ്പാരിറ്റീവ്ലി മച്ച് മോർ ലാർജർ ആൻഡ് എ ബ്രോഡർ പെർസ്പെക്റ്റീവ്. ആൻഡ് നിങ്ങൾ ഈ സ്കീംസ് പഠിക്കുമ്പോൾ ദീസ് സ്കീംസ് ആർ ദി മോസ്റ്റ് ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻറ്റ്. ഓക്കെ, പക്ഷേ ഫോർ റൈറ്റിംഗ് different examinations you must have a clear check and idea on ഈ സ്കീംസിൽ തന്നെ ഏതൊക്കെ സ്കീംസ് ആണ് ഓക്കെ റൈറ്റ് നൗ ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റഡ് ഇൻ ദ സെൻസ് ഇപ്പൊ ഏതൊക്കെ സ്കീംസ് നിലവിലുണ്ട്, അതിൽ തന്നെ പുതിയതായിട്ട് ഏതൊക്കെ സ്കീം വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഓക്കെ, വാട്ട് ആർ ദി ന്യൂ സ്കീംസ് ദാറ്റ് ഹാവ് ബീൻ ബ്രോട്ട് ബൈ ദി ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ, അണ്ടർ വിച്ച് മിനിസ്ട്രീസ് ഡു ദാറ്റ്. നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ള ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്ത് പുതിയതായിട്ട് ഏതൊക്കെ സ്കീംസ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നുള്ളത് മനസ്സിലാക്കണം. ഹൗ ഡു യു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് ദാറ്റ്? ബൈ റീഡിങ് ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പർ. ഓക്കെ, അപ്പൊ ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പർ വായിക്കും, ആർട്ടിക്കിൾസ് ഫോളോ ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴത്തേക്ക് വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് ഓക്കെ ഇന്ദിര ആവാസ് യോജന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഒരു യോജന ഇപ്പൊ പുതിയതായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെ റീസ്ട്രക്ചർ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ യു വിൽ ഗെറ്റ് ആൻ ഐഡിയ ദാറ്റ് such a new scheme was introduced to help such category of people. Okay, so new schemes ഏതൊക്കെയാണ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യയുടെ, which are the new schemes, why was it introduced, അത് അൺഎംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ജനറേഷൻ ഉള്ളതാണോ പോവർട്ടി അലിവേഷൻ ഉള്ളതാണോ, you have to understand these things. Okay, so contemporary and current affairs ആയിട്ട് relevant ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്കീംസും കൂടെ you must have in hand. Okay, so that's the thing regarding unemployment. Now we are going to study the concept of inequality. Okay, inequality. So in this concept of inequality, I'll ask you certain things. Okay, what do you know about inequality? What is inequality? Inequality ഏതൊക്കെ രീതിയിലുണ്ട്? What do you know about it? Income distribution inequality ഉണ്ടാവാം. Income distribution inequality, definitely it's there. A key point അതല്ലാതെ income distribution അല്ലാതെ social inequality. Okay, yeah. Political inequality. Okay, so social, political, economic is income. അതല്ലാണ്ട് എന്തെങ്കിലും ഇൻഇക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ടോ? സോഷ്യൽ, പൊളിറ്റിക്കൽ, എക്കണോമിക്. ഇൻകത്തെ economic inequality തന്നെ we can divide it into two. One can be income inequality and the other can be wealth inequality. Okay, what is the difference between income and wealth? ഇൻകവും വെൽത്തും തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസം എന്താ? ഓക്കെ, സാലറി ബേസ്ഡ് പ്രോപ്പർട്ടി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു അസറ്റ് ആണ്. ഓക്കെ, വാട്ട് ഫൈനാൻഷ്യൽ വാല്യൂ ഡു യു ഡിറൈവ് ഫ്രം ആൻ അസറ്റ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് വെൽത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഒരു ഏക്കർ ലാൻഡ് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ നിന്ന് എത്ര ഇത് ഡിറൈവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദി അസറ്റ് യു ഹാവ്. But income is, as she rightly said, it's more about the income, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ income salary based ആണ്. Okay, what you get daily or monthly as wage or salary, etc. Okay, so that being the concept of inequality, you can write down India has several forms of economic inequality. As we are studying about economics, we'll study various forms of economic inequality. India has several forms of economic inequality. And we'll study the three important forms, okay? The three important forms of economic inequality. So, you have told that there is economic inequality or there is an inequality in income distribution, okay? എങ്ങനെയാണ് ഈ ഇൻകം ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷനിൽ ഇനിക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ടാവുന്നത്? ഹൗ ഡസ് ദാറ്റ് occur, or between which category of people does that occur? Do you know income inequality അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇൻകം ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂഷനിൽ ഇനിക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്, okay? That is there. ഏത് കാറ്റഗറി ഓഫ് പീപ്പിൾ ആണ് അത് അഫക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നത്? ഏത് കാറ്റഗറി ആണ്? Yeah, definitely rich and poor, okay? And why does that occur? I mean, ഈ allocation of resources എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് is a key factor, right? ഏതൊരു പോയിന്റ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഏതൊരു സബ്ജക്ട് എടുത്താലും ദി റിസോഴ്സ് അലോക്കേഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഈ ഡിസ്ട്രിബ്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന രീതി ഈക്വൽ അല്ല എന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി അതിലൊരു ഇനിക്വാളിറ്റി ഉണ്ട്. ഒരു കേക്ക് തന്നെ 10 ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അത് ഈക്വൽ പാർട്സിലല്ല ഡിവൈഡ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഒരാൾക്ക് കൂടുതൽ ഒബ്വിയസ്ലി കിട്ടും, മറ്റൊരാൾക്ക് കുറവും കിട്ടും. അതൊരു കോമൺ ഫാക്ട് ആണ്. ഈ കോമൺ ഫാക്ട് ഒരു വലിയ ഏരിയയിലേക്ക് കോൺസെൻട്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോഴാണ് there is the problem of inequality, okay? If one person is getting 5 lakhs and the other person is getting 4,99,000, no one will notice that. But when one person is getting 5 lakh and the other person is getting 1 lakh, that is where this inequality occurs, okay? So you may write down income inequality. നമ്മൾ 3 forms discuss ചെയ്യാനുണ്ട്. First one, you can write down income inequality. Income inequality is it is an unequal distribution. Income inequality is an unequal distribution. It is an unequal distribution of household or individual income. Household or individual income across the various participants in an economy. Across the various participants in an economy. It is presented, it is often presented, it is presented as the percentage of income. Is presented as the percentage of income related to a percentage of population. It is presented as a percentage of income related to a percentage of population. For example, the data may indicate that, for example, the data may indicate that 80% of a country's income, 80% of a country's income is controlled by 80% of a country's income is controlled by 20% of the population. In simple words, 80%, 20%, and in simple words, income inequality refers to an uneven distribution. Income inequality refers to an uneven distribution of income among the population. uneven distribution of income among the population. So we have told about the income inequality, okay? And we have taken an example also. And in the case of India, okay? And in the case of India, okay, if we take or if we analyze the situation that 99% of the wealth is concentrated in the hands of 1% of population, okay? If I am stating it in such a way, not the exact statistic, but still. 99% of the income or 99% of the income in a country is held by 1% of the population. That's what I am saying. So what is the other opposite of that? 1% of income is held by the rest 99% of the population. So from that, you can understand that there is a drastic inequality, right? 99% income അല്ലെങ്കിൽ wealth എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് is held by 1% of people. ഒരു percent എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒട്ടുമില്ല. Okay? എത്ര crores ഉള്ള ഒരു country ആണെങ്കിലും 1% is always less or very much less than what 99% of the rest is, right? So 99% wealth അല്ലെങ്കിൽ income, if it is controlled by 1% of the population, it definitely means that there is a drastic inequality in that country. And in the case of India, there is this inequality. India's case, this inequality, and that is when we each chapter discuss we discussed one thing, and that was whether GDP is a good measure of welfare. Discuss even GDP income calculation, okay, when there is an income calculation like this, what we have to understand that if for the sake of telling certain business names, I am using Ambani, Adani, etc. Okay, Ambani, Adani, they might have a higher share or their income might be rising. Okay, their wealth might be rising. Rise ഉണ്ടാവുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് GDP rise ഉണ്ടായേക്കാം. Okay, the gross domestic product of India or the nation of India can increase. India's GDP increase ആയേക്കാം. പക്ഷേ നമ്മളെ പോലുള്ള സാധാരണക്കാര്, people who have a middle source of income or who are very normal in nature, who don't have that level of income, നമ്മുടെ income കൂടിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇല്ല. We are having the same level or a much lower level of income. Okay, നമ്മൾ പൊക്കോണ്ടിരുന്ന അതേ ഇൻകത്തിലാണ് പോകുന്നത്. Just because അവരുടെ income കൂടി എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് നമ്മുടെ income, നമ്മുടെ GDP കൂടുവാണ്. Okay, the gross domestic product of our country is increasing. Why? Do you know why? Because അതിന്റെ ഫാക്ടർ ഞാൻ ആദ്യമേ പറഞ്ഞു, 99% ഇൻകം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വെൽത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന is concentrated in the hands of that 1% of people. ആ 1%ന്റെ ഷെയർ കൂടുന്നു അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വെൽത്ത് കൂടുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ 99% കൂടുന്നു എന്നാ എന്റെ അർത്ഥം. ഓക്കെ, ആ 1%ന്റെ കയ്യിലുള്ള വെൽത്ത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇൻകം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഷെയർ ഓഫ് വെൽത്ത് കൂടുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, if their wealth is increasing, it means that 99% of wealth എന്നുള്ളത് 99.2 or 99.3 ആയിട്ട് increase ചെയ്യുവാണ്. So that automatically creates an increase in the GDP. But whether that rest 1% of people, which includes us, നമുക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും ബെനിഫിറ്റ് ഉണ്ടാവുന്നുണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ no. So that is the problem of GDP. Okay, ഏതൊരു കോമ്പറ്റേറ്റീവ് എക്സാമിനേഷനും ഈവൻ എക്കണോമിക്സും പൊളിറ്റിക്സും ഒക്കെ പഠിക്കുന്ന സ്റ്റുഡൻസ് അതിൽ പലരും നിങ്ങളായിരിക്കാം, നിങ്ങൾ പലരും അത് പഠിക്കുന്നുണ്ടാവും. So what you have to understand that is that GDP എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് hasn't been a good measure for India, whether it be in terms of economic terms or in terms of welfare. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ വെൽഫെയർ കൂടിയാൽ GDP കൂടണമെന്ന് ഒരു നിർബന്ധമില്ല. ഇന്ത്യയിൽ നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഇൻകം കൂടിയാൽ GDP കൂടാം, പക്ഷെ നമ്മുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഇൻകം കൂടാത്തപ്പോഴും GDP കൂടാം. ഓക്കെ, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദി പ്രോബ്ലം. ഒരു മെഷർ എടുക്കുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഇൻഡെക്സ് വെക്കുമ്പോൾ, ഇഫ് ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് ഏബിൾ ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് ദി ഡീപ്പർ കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്സ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഡീപ്പസ്റ്റ് അനാലിസിസ് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ പറ്റുമെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ദാറ്റ് മെഷർ ഇസ് നോൺ ആസ് എ ഗുഡ് മെഷർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇൻഡെക്സ്. നമ്മൾ ഒരുപാട് മെഷേഴ്സ് പഠിച്ചു, ഫിസിക്കൽ ക്വാളിറ്റി, ലൈഫ് ഇൻഡെക്സ്, മൾട്ടി ഡയമെൻഷണൽ പോവർട്ടി ഇൻഡെക്സ് എന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. അത് പല പോവർട്ടീനെ മെഷർ ചെയ്യാനൊക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു. പക്ഷെ വാട്ട് വി ഹാവ് ടു അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡ് ഇസ് ദാറ്റ് GDP അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഗ്രോസ് ഡൊമസ്റ്റിക് പ്രോഡക്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഈ സാധനം, that index അല്ലെങ്കിൽ that product, the total income of that country will get increased even if that 1% share is increased. 1% of population wealth കൂടിയാലും അത് കൂടും. Okay, so that is where the real inequality in India lies, where we normal people, നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ള ഷെയർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മുടെ കയ്യിലുള്ള വെൽത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് അപ്പോഴും സെയിം തന്നെ ആയിരിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതിൽ വലിയ ഇൻക്രീസ് ഒന്നും ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ടാവില്ല. ജസ്റ്റ് ബിക്കോസ് their income or their wealth is increased, that can cause an increase or rise in this GDP. Okay, and അവരുടെ ഇൻകത്തിൽ ഒരു fall ഉണ്ടാവുമ്പോൾ അത് പെട്ടെന്ന് GDP റിഫ്ലക്ട് ചെയ്യുകയും ചെയ്യും. When the wealth or the share of wealth in the hands of that few, that rich, very few section, അവരുടെ ഷെയർ ഓഫ് വെൽത്ത് കുറയുമ്പോൾ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരുടെ വെൽത്ത് കുറയുമ്പോൾ ദാറ്റ് ഓൾസോ റിഫ്ലെക്ട്സ് ഇൻ GDP. അപ്പൊ GDP ഒരിക്കലും ഒരു ട്രൂ മെഷർ അല്ല, whether it be in terms of economic indicator or in terms of being a welfare indicator. Okay. So the next point which you can note down is the wealth inequality, or the next form of inequality is wealth inequality. Wealth inequality refers to unequal distribution of assets. Wealth inequality refers to unequal distribution of assets among the population. It's a simple concept. Income inequality, it was unequal distribution of income. In wealth, when it comes to wealth, it's about assets. Unequal distribution of assets. Unequal distribution of assets among the population. These assets may be financial or physical. Physical assets in a for examples, you only tell me some examples of physical assets. Property means land. Other examples of physical assets, land, machinery, etc. Okay, so you can write down that as the examples of physical assets: land, property, buildings, machinery, etc. Okay, write down just 1 or 2 examples. What can be the examples of financial assets? Financial assets, what can be the examples? Not savings, but banking. You take into the concept of banking. Debentures, shares, അതൊക്കെയാണ് financial assets എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. So you note down debentures, bank deposits, FD, debentures, 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 bank deposits, etc. Like a financial assets are. So financial assets mostly it is concerns with the bank, okay, and physical assets mostly concerned with the property, land, etc. Next inequality or next form of inequality is consumption inequality. Consumption inequality. So consumption inequality is a net product of income and wealth inequality. Income and wealth inequality or net product ആണ് consumption inequality എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. Okay. So income and wealth inequality leads to consumption inequality. That can be the first point. Income and wealth inequality leads to consumption inequality. Well-off section section എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ നല്ല കാശുള്ള, economically good ആയിട്ടുള്ള well-off section of the population. Well-off section of the population has the purchasing power. Well-off section of the population has the purchasing power to buy goods and services. But the poor sections face the income constraint. Poor sections face the income constraint. So what do we derive from that? It means that a lower level of income creates a lower level of consumption. Okay. Income കുറവാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നിങ്ങളുടെ കൺസംഷനും കുറവായിരിക്കും. Measurement of inequality. Measurement, that's another topic. Okay. Measurement of inequality. There are various methods to measure inequality. And the first one being Lorentz curve. Lorentz curve. LORENZ. Lorentz curve and Gini coefficient, which we have told these names before. Gini coefficient. GINI coefficient. GINI, okay. Gini coefficient. So Lorentz curve, the Gini coefficient is the numerical value of the Lorentz curve. Okay, you can note it down. Gini coefficient provides numerical value to the Lorentz curve. Gini coefficient provides numerical values to the Lorentz curve. Gini coefficient provides the numerical value or that numerical statement to the Lorentz curve. Okay. So the range of Gini coefficient values, range of Gini coefficient values is between 0 and 1. It is between 0 and 1. If the value of Gini coefficient is 0, if the value of Gini coefficient is 0, it refers to, if the value of Gini coefficient is 0, it refers to equal distribution of income among the population. Gini coefficient value 0 anengil, it refers to equal distribution of income among the population. Is it possible in the real world? Okay, so you may note down that also and put a comma and write, though it is not possible in the real world. Though it is not possible in the real world. Similarly, if the value of Gini coefficient is 1, it means that there is extreme inequality. There is extreme inequality where one person has captured all the income. Where one person has captured all the income. Where one person has captured all the income. So high value of Gini coefficient, what does it mean? Or what does it imply? High level of inequality. Okay. A higher Gini coefficient means that there is a higher level of inequality. Next thing which you have to write down is the HDR or the Human Development Report. Human Development Report. Okay, it takes into consideration two factors. It takes into consideration or it measures inequality in terms of two indicators or two factors. The first factor is Gini coefficient. First factor is Gini coefficient and the second factor is quintile income ratio. QUINTILE. QUINTILE. Quintile income ratio. Which is a ratio. Gini coefficient and second indicator. Quintile income ratio is a ratio of the average income. It is a ratio of the average income of the richest 20% of the population It is a ratio of the average income, of the richest 20% of the population to that of the poorest 20%. To that of the poorest 20%. And the quintile income ratio, you write down QIR or something. The QIR of India was 4.9 in 2011-12. Quintile income ratio of India was 4.9 in 2011-12 period. 9. 2011. This implies that the inequality between the top and bottom quintiles. This implies that the inequality between the top and bottom quintiles. This implies that the inequality between the top and bottom quintiles was in India was lower. In India was lower than in a large number of countries. Was lower than in a large number of countries. So what this quintile income ratio tells us that, or how is it evaluated? You take the average income of the richest 20% of that country and you take the average income of the poorest 20% of the country. India's case 4.9 was not a big issue because of the fact that inequality koravaru. There were many other countries like Thailand and other nations, Thailand, China for that reason, where the difference was around 7, 8, 9. Okay. India 4.9 and analyze was there, it was 8.69, etc. So that shows a high level of inequality. That top 20%, bottom 20% കിട്ടുന്ന ഇൻകത്തും തമ്മിൽ huge average differences ഉണ്ടെന്നാണ് കാണിക്കുന്നത്, huge mean differences. Okay, which means that the top 20% was getting a much higher income. അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ evaluate ചെയ്യാം, the bottom 20% was getting a very lower income as to what the top 20% or the richest 20% were getting. ഒറ്റ കാര്യം അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുക, that there was a high level of inequality. ഈ quintile income ratio എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പോയിന്റ് 4.9 എന്നുള്ളത് 5 ആവുകയാണ് അല്ലെ 5.9 ആവുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇൻക്വാളിറ്റി കൂടുന്നു. ആസ് സിമിലർ ടു വാട്ട് വി ടോൾഡ് ഇൻ ഗിനി കോഎഫിഷ്യന്റ്, 0 to 1 ഇടയ്ക്ക് 0.1 എന്നുള്ളത് ഏത് പോയിന്റിലാണോ അത് 0.2 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 0.3 ആയി കൂടുന്നത് അവിടെ ഇൻഇക്വാളിറ്റി കൂടുകയാണ്. സോ ആസ് ദിസ് കോഎഫിഷ്യന്റ് ഓർ ആസ് ദിസ് ക്വിന്റൈൽ ഇൻകം റേഷ്യോ റൈസസ്, ഇൻഇക്വാളിറ്റി ഓൾസോ റൈസസ്. അത് ഗിനി കോഎഫിഷ്യന്റ് രണ്ട് ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ് വെച്ചാണ് HDR അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. വൺ ഇൻഡിക്കേറ്റർ ഇസ് Gini coefficient and the second indicator is quintile income ratio. രണ്ടിലും if the values are increasing, ഒന്നെങ്കിൽ quintile income ratio increase ചെയ്യുകയാണ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ Gini coefficient കൂടുകയാണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ it means that inequality is rising. Okay. So the next thing which you have to write down is the Kuznets curve. KUZNETS. Kuznets curve. KUZNETS. A proposition put forward by a proposition put forward by Simon Kuznets. A proposition put forward by Simon Kuznets in Economic Growth and Income Inequality. Put that in double quotes, okay, or in inverted comma. Economic Growth and Income Inequality. Economic Growth and Income Inequality, which suggested that inequality in income distribution increased rapidly. Inequality in income distribution increased rapidly during the early phase of economic development. During the first phase of or the early phase of economic development or economic growth. Early phase of economic development or economic growth, and subsequently moved towards equality. And subsequently moved towards equality. Did you understand that sentence? It states that in the early phases, there was a rapid level of inequality, but it subsequently, as it progressed, as years progressed, the inequality was moved to equality. Okay. Thus tracing, tracing, T-R-A-C-I-N-G, thus tracing an inverted U shape. Thus tracing an inverted U shape. So, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് diagram വരയ്ക്കാനായിട്ട് Kuznets curve എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ you draw a y-axis and an x-axis and you draw an inverted U. Okay, that is the Kuznets curve. That is what is known as Kuznets curve. You draw a y-axis and an x-axis and draw an inverted U. U തിരിച്ചിട്ടത്. That is inverted U. Okay, do you know why this shape occurs? ഈ inverted U ന്റെ reason അറിയാവോ? I mean, finally, what does these two, I mean, Kuznets curve എന്താ measure ചെയ്യുന്നത്? What does Kuznets curve measure? Income inequality, right? So, income inequality. Income inequality analyze ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഈ what do you call that inverted U shape വരാനുള്ള കാരണം എന്തായിരിക്കും? What can be the reason for that inverted U shape? ആ ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് യു ഷേപ്പിനെ നിങ്ങൾ എന്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് യു ഷേപ്പ് വന്നത്? വാട്ട് ക്യാൻ ബി ദ റീസൺ ഫോർ ദാറ്റ് ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് യു ഷേപ്പ്? നിങ്ങൾ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ട് അനലൈസ് ചെയ്യുക. ഒരു y ആക്സിസും x ആക്സിസും വരച്ചല്ലോ. ഈ ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് യു ഷേപ്പ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ റാ തിരിച്ചിട്ടതുപോലെ ഇരിക്കും. ഐ മീൻ റാ വരയ്ക്കുന്നത് പോലെ ഇരിക്കും. റാ തിരിച്ചിട്ടതല്ല, യു തിരിച്ചിട്ടത്. ഓക്കെ, സോ ആസ് ദ y ആക്സിസിൽ എങ്ങനെയാണ് നിങ്ങൾ മെഷർ ചെയ്യുന്നത്? 0, 10, 20, 30, 40 എന്നല്ലേ? ദ നമ്പേഴ്സ് ഗോ ഓൺ ഇൻക്രീസിങ്, റൈറ്റ്? ആൻഡ് x ആക്സിസിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഹൊറിസോണ്ടൽ ആയിരിക്കും, y ആക്സിസ് വെർട്ടിക്കൽ ആയിരിക്കും. സോ y ആക്സിസിൽ 0, 10, 20, 30 എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുക. ഈ ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്യുന്നത് എന്തുവാ? വാട്ട് ഇസ് ഇൻക്രീസിങ്? ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി ഈസ് ഇൻക്രീസിങ്, റൈറ്റ്? ഇൻക്രീസ് ചെയ്ത് ഒരു പോയിന്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ പോയിന്റിൽ എത്തുമ്പോൾ അത് സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ് ആവും. ഓക്കെ, ആ ഇങ്ങനെ പോയിട്ട് വളയുന്ന ഒരു പോയിന്റിൽ ഇറ്റ് ഗെറ്റ് സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ്ഡ്. ഓക്കെ, ആ സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പോയിന്റിൽ നിന്ന് പിന്നെ വീണ്ടും ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി താഴോട്ടാണ് വരുന്നത്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വൈ ദർ ഇസ് ആൻ ഇൻവേർട്ടഡ് യു ഷേപ്പ്. ഒരു യു ഷേപ്പ് ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എങ്ങനെയാ? ആദ്യം ഡ്രോപ്പ് ചെയ്യും, റൈറ്റ്? നിങ്ങൾ യു വരയ്ക്കുന്ന ഇങ്ങനെയല്ലേ? സോ it drops automatically, the inequality drops. 14, 30 ആയി, 20 ആയി, 10 ആയി, കുറഞ്ഞ് 0 ആവും. Again it starts 10, 20, 30, 40. This is U shape. Inverted U shape ആവുമ്പോൾ it's the opposite of U, right? അപ്പം നിങ്ങൾ 10 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 0 തുടങ്ങുന്നു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 10 തുടങ്ങുന്നു, 20, 30, 40. ഓക്കെ, 40 എത്തുമ്പോൾ മാക്സിമം ആയി, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 50 എത്തുമ്പോൾ മാക്സിമം ആയി. പിന്നെ ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി അങ്ങോട്ട് താഴുവാണ്. 40 50 40 ആവുന്നു, 30 ആവുന്നു, 20 ആവുന്നു, 10 ആവുന്നു, വാട്ട് എവർ. അപ്പൊ ആ റൈസ് ഉണ്ട്. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് വാട്ട് വി ഹാവ് ടോൾഡ് ഇൻ സെന്റൻസ്. നമ്മൾ സെന്റൻസിൽ പറഞ്ഞതിന് ഗ്രാഫിക്കലായിട്ട് റെപ്രസെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതേ ഉള്ളൂ. ഏർലി ഫേസസിൽ റാപ്പിഡ് ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സബ്സിക്വന്റ്ലി ഇറ്റ് പ്രോഗ്രസ് ഫ്രം ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി ടു ഇക്വാലിറ്റി. ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റിയിൽ നിന്ന് ഇക്വാലിറ്റിയിലേക്ക് മാറി എന്നാണ് പറയുന്നത്. വൈ ആക്സിസിൽ മെഷർ ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ വാട്ട് ഡു യു മെഷർ? ഇൻകം ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റിയാണ് മെഷർ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നിങ്ങൾ ഈ ഡയഗ്രത്തിൽ നിന്ന്. സോ നിങ്ങൾ മെഷർ ചെയ്യുന്ന വൈ ആക്സിസിൽ ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി ആണെങ്കിൽ, if you are measuring income inequality into y-axis, that is inequality of income in the y-axis. Y-axis progress in 0, 10, 20, 30, 40. Okay, whatever be the units, I think you are getting the concept. അത് റൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, ഒരു പോയിന്റ് എത്തുമ്പോൾ സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്നു, ആ സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന പോയിന്റ് പിന്നെ താഴോട്ടാണ് വരുന്നത്. which means that inequality is reducing, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇക്വാലിറ്റി കൂടുന്നു. ഓക്കെ, ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റി കുറയുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇക്വാലിറ്റി കൂടുന്നു എന്നാണ്. Okay, so that is the basic concept of Kuznets curve. I hope you are getting it. That's an inverted U shape. Okay. So what you have to understand in Kuznets curve is who propounded it? Simon Kuznets. And he stated that during the early phases of economic development or economic growth, there was rapid level of inequality, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു high level of inequality ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. But it slowly, subsequently, പതുക്കെ it transformed to equality. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ inequality കുറഞ്ഞു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പൊ സീറോ ലെവൽ ഓഫ് ഇക്വാളിറ്റിയിൽ തുടങ്ങി ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റിയിൽ തുടങ്ങി സീറോ ലെവലിൽ തിരിച്ചു വന്നു എന്നൊന്നും ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഡസന്റ് അഡ്വക്കേറ്റ് ദാറ്റ് ബട്ട് ഈ സ്റ്റേറ്റഡ് ദാറ്റ് ഈ ഇൻഇക്വാലിറ്റിയുടെ ലെവൽ കുറഞ്ഞ് ഇക്വാലിറ്റിയിലേക്ക് പ്രോഗ്രസ് ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ദാറ്റ്സ് ദ ബേസിക് ഐഡിയോളജി റിഗാർഡിംഗ് ദിസ് ഓക്കെ now we may write down thus tracing an inverted U shape. That's what we have written. Many developed countries including Japan, Germany support this hypothesis. Japan and Germany also had this same thing. Okay, they also had the same thing of income inequality, political inequality, social inequality, especially because they were major powers in the World War. Okay, Japan and Germany, if not major powers, Japan and Germany were active participants of the World War. Okay, and that was a reason which has created political, social, as well as economic inequality in those two countries. But you look at now, if you look at the context of 2024, Japan and Germany both are developed nations producing brilliant outputs. It can be in the form of electronics, it can be in the form of cars, it can be in the form of other developments, okay, technological developments that has been brought from these countries. If you analyze that, you can understand that the income inequality or the economic inequality in these two countries, especially Japan and Germany, for that reason, has significantly lowered. Okay, they had a very high level of inequality in the early phases of development, but rapidly it has grown. I mean, it has reduced, and that is the reason why they support this Kuznets curve. Okay, you may note down, but during the past 30 to 40 years, inequality has risen. Inequality has risen sharply in the world. Economists like Thomas Piketty, Thomas Piketty, Thomas Piketty challenged the Kuznets hypothesis. And argue that inequalities decreased during the period after Second World War was because of destruction and strong labor union movements. Inequality started rising again because of higher rate of return on capital compared to low overall growth of the economy. Because of higher rate of return on capital compared to low overall growth of the economy. So ഈ സൈമൺ കുസ്നെറ്റ്സിന്റെ inequalities started rising again because of higher rate of return on capital compared to low overall growth of the economy. Okay, did you get that? Okay, so Simon Kuznets in the theory support either രണ്ട് countries are Germany and USA, but Thomas Piketty, economist, famous economist, was of the view that inequality reduced after the Second World War due to what all reasons? Due to destruction and other kind of calamities. Okay, destruction അല്ലെങ്കിൽ calamities കാരണം automatically inequality കുറഞ്ഞതാണെന്നാണ് തോമസ് പിക്കറ്റി വാസ് ഓഫ് ദാറ്റ് വ്യൂ. ആൻഡ് ദാറ്റ് പിന്നീട് inequality കൂടുകയും ചെയ്തു when there was a high return on capital. ഓക്കെ, ഈ സെക്കൻഡ് വേൾഡ് വാർ കഴിഞ്ഞ് 20 to 30 years കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കൺട്രി സ്റ്റെബിലൈസ് ആവും. ഓക്കെ, ഡ്യൂറിംഗ് ദാറ്റ് ടൈം when there was a high return on capital, ഈ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഉള്ള കൺട്രീസ് ഏതൊക്കെയായിരിക്കും? What all are the countries who have high level of capital? US, okay, Germany. European nations mostly have this capital accumulation. Capital എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനം US, other than European nations, US has a very high level of capital accumulation. European nations mostly have this thing called capital. So the higher rate on capital, അതായത് rich people own this capital. Okay, അതായത് ഏതൊരു കൺട്രിയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ എടുത്താലും ലാൻഡ്, ലേബർ, ഇതെല്ലാം ഓൺ ചെയ്യുന്ന ആൾക്കാർ എപ്പോഴും റിച്ച് ആയിരിക്കും. അപ്പം ഈ ഇവരുടെ യൂറോപ്യൻ നേഷൻസ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ US-ലായിട്ട് എടുത്ത് കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ലാൻഡ് ലേബറേക്കാളും ഒരു കൂടുതൽ പ്രാധാന്യം കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഓർ ദേ ഗിവ് പ്രൈം ഇമ്പോർട്ടൻസ് ടു വാട്ട്? ക്യാപിറ്റൽ. സോ ഹൂഎവർ ഹാസ് ദിസ് ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ക്രിയേറ്റ്, അവർക്ക് ഹയർ റേറ്റ് ഓഫ് റിട്ടേൺ ഓൺ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ കിട്ടിക്കഴിയുമ്പോൾ അവർ കൂടുതൽ റിച്ച് ആവില്ലേ? ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദ റിച്ച് പീപ്പിൾ ബിക്കം റിച്ചർ ആൻഡ് ദ പുവർ പീപ്പിൾ ബിക്കം പുവറർ. ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദ ബേസിക് തിങ്. ഓക്കെ, ഹയർ റേറ്റ് ഓഫ് റിട്ടേൺ ഓൺ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ കിട്ടി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ക്യാപിറ്റൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന കൺട്രീസ് ആർ ബേസിക്കലി countries who support the rich section of the people. US-ലും ഈ poor people ഉണ്ട്. Okay, the people who don't have that much level of income US-ലും ഉണ്ട്, ജപ്പാനിലും ഉണ്ട്, ജർമ്മനിയിലും ഉണ്ട്, യൂറോപ്യൻ നേഷൻസിലും ഉണ്ട്, ഇന്ത്യയിലും ഉണ്ട്. But the difference is that ഇന്ത്യ ലേബർ ഇന്റൻസീവ് കൺട്രി ആണെന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ Germany, or for that reason Japan, or for that reason Britain, other countries of the European nation or the other European nations, they are highly focused on capital. So this capital is mostly focused in the hands, or is concentrated in the hands of a very few rich people. Are rich people na high rate of return kitti kayumbo? What do you mean by rate of return? Adil ninnu ningalku endu benefit are you deriving from that? What is the profit you are deriving from that? When that profit goes high, automatically they will become richer. അപ്പോൾ പൂർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ വീണ്ടും പൂറർ ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ റിച്ച് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ റിച്ചർ ആവുമ്പോൾ ഡിവൈഡ് കൂടും. ഓക്കെ, ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ദ തിങ് വിച്ച് തോമസ് പിക്കറ്റി ടോൾഡ്. But Germany and Japan, they were of the view that yes, inequality എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനം, ആദ്യം inequality ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ബട്ട് ആ സെക്കൻഡ് വേൾഡ് വാർ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ഫാക്ടേഴ്സ് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും, അങ്ങനെയുള്ള വാഴ്സ് ഒക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫോർ ദാറ്റ് റീസൺ ആ ഒരു ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഫേസ് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും inequality slowly progressed to equality. Okay, that was the thing. And in a country like India, in a country like India, in a country like India, there is an urgent need. In a country like India, there is an urgent need. എന്തിനായിരിക്കും urgent need? ഇനിക്വാളിറ്റി കുറയ്ക്കണമെങ്കിൽ ഏത് ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ ആണ് പെർഫോം ചെയ്യേണ്ടത്? What is the urgent need for? Employment. I mean, who gives employment? Government intervention. There is an urgent need for government intervention and redistribution of income. There is an urgent need for government intervention and redistribution of income using taxation, in the most effective way. In the most effective way. There is also need for diffusion of knowledge and skills diffusion of knowledge and skills as their key factors behind income generation other than capital. Behind income generation other than capital. You underline that sentence, okay? Need for diffusion sentence. You know, what can be the major reason why there is a high educated unemployed youth in India? Educated ആണ് പക്ഷെ unemployed youth ആണ്. What can be the reason? അത് ഇന്ത്യയിലാണ് ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ. What can be the reason for that? Low job, okay, low job employment opportunities, education system മോശമാണ്. Okay, there is a rise in population, rapid population growth. ഞാൻ ചോദിക്കുന്ന educated ആണ്, okay, they have a good level of education. Youth ആണ്, they have the capacity to be in the labor force, they have a capacity or physical capacity, mental capacity is everything all right. 60 years or 65 വയസ്സായ ഒരാളല്ല, they are 20 or 25 years old. They are very well educated, but still they are not getting employment in India. The basic thing can be they lack skill. Skill is different from what you receive from the schools and colleges in India, and that is one point which he stated. That is the problem of education system in India, right? Whenever you analyze certain things, you study economics, politics, or history, whatever, you have to interlink with the other subjects also, okay? So that is where the concept of skill education is less in India. We are not, I mean, എനിക്കറിയില്ല നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര പേരിൽ ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ how many of you use MS Word or MS Excel for that reason? Or how many of us are employed to do projects or assignments in such a way that we use MS Word, MS Excel, or the basics of MS Word, MS Excel, or such kind of software tools for that reason. For most of us, what do we do? With the invention of ChatGPT, it is so easy to do assignments and these projects and all. But does that create a skill in us? No. What we have been used to doing from the first standard or the first grade itself is that we take someone else's notebook for that reason. When we were in first standard, when we are in 11th standard or 12th standard, what do? We check our phones, we take Google, we copy paste something, or we write something as in what is there in the phone itself, right? Or in the laptop itself. But where is the skill required is you are doing a project or an assignment based on certain statistics, and you know to create charts or pie charts or basic, I'm talking about the basic things. When you know to do at least the basic things of MS Word, MS Excel, PowerPoint presentation, etc., you are at least somewhat skill equipped, okay? You take the case of students of United States of America or any other such developed nations. For that reason, they know all the technical aspects. They might be knowing many technical aspects. They might not be learning as much of our textbooks, but they will be having a lot of technical knowledge or skill knowledge. They might be having skill knowledge, but we are having lack of skills. And that can be one of the reasons why India has a high unemployed educated youth. Even when we have knowledge, even when we know history, we might know Battle of Plassey and Battle of all Waterloo, everything for that reason. We might be knowing economics, history, politics, maths, geography, etc. But we might not be knowing how to open MS Word or MS Excel. That is where the problem lies. So skill coupled with proper education can be a good solution to reducing unemployment in India, right? As she told, there is the significant problem of low employment opportunities, but still, if we can couple skill with education, skill അതോടൊപ്പം അതിന്റെ കൂടെ education impart ചെയ്ത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ from the very small grades itself to students, പെട്ടെന്ന് 11ാം ക്ലാസ്സിൽ പഠിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കൊച്ചിനോട് MS Word, MS Excel ചെയ്യാൻ പറഞ്ഞാൽ he might not be able to do it. But if we are doing it from a very small age, young age, I think that can be a solution to reducing the unemployment in India that exists in India. അല്ലാന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ it creates an impression that whatever we are learning is not of use. നിങ്ങളുടെ ബ്രെയിനകത്തുള്ളത്, if you are not putting into use, if you are not getting a platform to use it, it's of no use. Unused ആയിട്ട് കിടക്കുന്നത് ഒരു knowledge എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് it's of waste, right? It's a waste. If you are putting it into some company, if you are putting it into something, and if you are earning something from that, okay, you are using that. Otherwise, നിങ്ങൾ ആരോടെങ്കിലും പറയോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എഴുതുകയോ ചെയ്യുന്നത് കൊണ്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. If you are able to generate an income from that, that is where the point of education comes into contact with skill and employment. Okay, so that is something, I mean, this is not in our topic, this is something out of topic, but I do feel that this skill employment and such things are required, skill generation and these things are required. Though we have policies for that, I think a better implementation of that can reduce unemployment in India. Okay, so now you may note down the causes of inequality in India. The causes of inequality in India. The causes of inequality in India. What can be the causes of inequality in India? I'm asking about economic inequality, okay, not the political and social one. What can be the reasons for economic inequality in India? Unequal distribution of resources, the rich and poor divide. You can note down all these words, okay? Unequal distribution of resources, we have already told that. Unequal distribution of resources, rich and poor divide. Rich and poor divide. Lack of government spending on agriculture, health, etc. Lack of government spending on health, agriculture, education, etc. Lack of capital intensive industries. Lack of capital intensive industries. Intensive industries. And what kind of people do capital intensive industries prefer? Experience, that is skilled youth, right? They want skilled people rather than people from the unorganized sector. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ labor intensive sector ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സെക്ടറിൽ നിന്ന് what differentiates capital sector is that, or capital intensive sector is that they need much more skilled people, and that can be a solution that of reducing unemployment among the youth, right? So lack of capital employment or lack of capital intensive industries, that is how it becomes a cause. Okay, so you can write it down. For that reason, these capital intensive industries usually require these capital intensive industries usually require employees who are much more skilled, compared to the labor intensive industries. What can be another cause? High level of corruption. Lack of proper implementation of policies. High level of corruption, lack of proper implementation of policies. Lack of or poor implementation of policies. Or just strike out that lack of, okay, poor implementation of policies. What have you written? Okay, that is right. Lack of proper implementation of policies is right. And poor infrastructural facilities. Poor infrastructural facilities. Poor infrastructural facilities. High urban rural divide. Okay, so these are the different number of causes of inequality in India. This is not an exhaustive list. You can state a lot more causes of inequality. And what can be the effects of income inequality or economic inequality in India? Poverty, unemployment. In poverty, in terms of, if you ask me, yes, it can be an effect of economic inequality. Poverty is there, unemployment is there. You can write it down: poverty, unemployment, homeless people, creating more homeless people. Effects of economic inequality in India. India has the highest number of homeless people. Lack of access to social amenities like decent shelter, lack of access to social amenities like decent shelter, clean water, nutrition, food, healthcare, education. You write a few: shelter, water, nutrition, education. And healthcare, healthcare has worsened. Healthcare has worsened amongst the poor. Healthcare has worsened amongst the poor with maternal and infant mortality rates, being higher in the poorer regions, with maternal and infant mortality rates being higher in the poorer regions, or experienced higher in the poorer regions. Have you written something regarding this index, gender inequality index? I don't think you have written. Okay, so you may note it down. GII, or the gender inequality index. Okay, gender inequality index. At the topic, gender inequality index comes under inequality. Gender inequality index. So it was introduced in the HDR 2010. What is HDR? It was introduced in HDR 2010 by UNDP. I hope now you know what UNDP is, right? By UNDP, United Nations Development Program. So this GII is an inequality index, okay? And it measures gender inequalities. You write that as a question. What does it measure? What does this index measure? Write it as a question and write an answer to that. It measures gender inequality or gender inequalities in three important aspects of human development. Gender inequality in three important aspects of human development. Put a hyphen and write reproductive health measured by maternal mortality ratio, and adolescent birth rates. Maternal mortality ratio. It measures gender inequality in three important aspects of human development: reproductive health measured by maternal mortality rate or maternal mortality ratio, and adolescent birth rates. GII sheds light on birth rate. Adolescent birth rate. GII sheds sheds light on the position of women. GII sheds light on the position of women in 159 countries and it yields okay, and it yields insights on gender gaps and it yields insights on gender gaps and it yields insights on gender gaps in major areas of human development and it yields insights on gender gaps in major areas of human development. And this index highlights areas. This index highlights areas in need of critical policy intervention. Areas in need of critical policy intervention, and it stimulates proactive thinking and public policy to overcome systematic disadvantages of women and public policy to overcome systematic disadvantages of women. Okay, so as the name says, gender inequality index focus on the women's side, okay, or it views from the female side or from the women's side, and it assesses factors of reproductive health by taking into consideration maternal mortality rate and adolescent birth rates. It focuses on how the quality of life women have been enjoying in 159 countries. Okay, so this is basically an index like the other index also, indices which we have told also. This is an index which is focused or which comes under inequality, and this index is basically gender based. Okay, so it focuses on the condition of women. What is the health condition of women? That is what is it focused on. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Tomorrow also we'll have a class on economics. Okay. And we'll move to the next chapter of Indian planning. So Indian planning. Yeah, planning will be the next chapter.